Lemos. I'm going to give a presentation. I'm from Portugal and currently living in Brazil. Since I am not a native English speaker, I would like to apologize in advance if my presentation is not very clear. I will try to speak slowly, so I hope it becomes as clear as possible.
This is a presentation about advanced web forms using PHP. I will be talking about a class of objects named form generation and validation. First, I'd like to clarify that the license of this presentation is Creative Commons Attribution No Derivative Works. This means that you must preserve the original license terms and copyright notices. You can redistribute this presentation in full and without modifications. If you have questions about the license terms, just contact me, Manuel Lemos, for further clarification. The contact address is in the presentation initial page. So, what is this class, forms generation and validation? Basically, it is a class of objects written in PHP. So, I'm talking about object-oriented programming. What it does do? Basically, it generates HTML to present the web forms. It also generates JavaScript to validate before submitting the forms to the web server. It validates the forms on the server side with PHP code of the class itself. It is extensible using additional plugin classes. The license of this class of objects is BSD-like. So this is an open source project. When I mean BSD-like, I think it's mostly important to mention that this class license is not GPL or LGPL. So basically you can modify and use the class in proprietary code projects without having to distribute your code changes that you eventually make in the class if you need it, and also without having to distribute your project as open source. So basically it is IP clean. This class benefits from good reputation in PHP open source world. Until now, January 2007, the class has been downloaded by 44,000 distinct users from the PHP classes site. The class was released there for the first time in 1999. The class also benefits from a good ranking position in Fresh Meat popularity top. Currently it is in the position 2048. So you have an idea what this means. In number 1 is the M-Player video player for Linux. In number 2 it's the Linux project itself. Number 3, CDR tools for recording CDs and DVDs. And number 4, there is GCC, compiler for C, C++ and other languages. And in number 5 it's PHP itself. In number 6 it's Apache. In number 9 is MySQL. Number 13 is PHPMyAdmin. In number 14 is PostgreSQL. In number 23 it's Perl. Number 76 is Python, and the class appears in the position 2048 right now, as I mentioned. It is also interesting to notice that other popular projects being used for web development like Ruby is in position 603. Ruby on Rails is in position 6041. It is also interesting to notice that from the projects that are about classes of objects in PHP, this forms class is in number 2 in the same popularity top, only surpassed by ADODB project. Now let me tell you a bit about the development history of this class. I started working with PHP around 1997, still in the PHP 2 beta days. By then, PHP did not provide object-oriented programming features, which were only introduced later with PHP 3. With PHP 3, object-oriented programming support is already possible to develop reusable components that could be distributed to other people. So I decided to create this class for generation and validation of web forms in early 1999, in January, to solve recurring problems of generating web forms that could be validated with the same validation rules without the need to learn and write JavaScript manually. So it was basically to provide greater productivity to PHP development. By then I was already participating a lot in PHP mailing lists, where I used to provide help and also ask for help about problems that I had in my PHP developments. And once in a while there were people ask about solutions for generating, validating web forms. Since I had already developed a class that would simplify web form application development, I used to offer my class in these PHP mailing lists, and usually the people that asked me, I would recommend them to contact me privately by email, so I could send them a copy of my class. At the same time, I will take notice of who have my class, so whenever there was a new version of the class with fixed bugs and eventually new features, I could mail them and tell there is a new version of the class that they could try. What happened sometime later is that a user from Australia named Robert Chalmers liked the class so much that it returned to the PHP General mailing lists and recommending the class a lot to everybody and telling everybody to contact me to also get a copy of my class. And this provided me a tremendous feedback, because all of a sudden I start getting a lot of requests from people that also wanted to use the class. That made me rethink how I was distributing the class, because I was getting too many requests and that would be taking me a lot of time. So I started looking around for existing sites that could distribute PHP components, and at the same time would help me in keeping track of which users are using the class, so I could notify them about new versions with fixed bugs or improved features. I looked around and I found a site named PX, meaning PHP Code Exchange, which is a site by David Sklar, which still exists until today. It was basically a site for distributing PHP scripts, and it almost fitted my purpose of helping me to distribute my class. The only thing that I missed, and it was important for me, it was the ability to keep track about users that have downloaded the class and be able to notify them when there is a new version. I contacted David and asked if he would be interested to implement that feature, and by then he told me that he was not interested in doing what I was requesting. So I proposed to develop the necessary code to implement that feature. Still, he said that he was not interested, so I had to look for alternatives. So that was right in the right moment when I started thinking about having my own class, my own site to distribute my own components. So basically, in about June 1999, that was the moment that I started working in the beginning of the PHP classes site. The idea is to provide a means to download the classes that I have developed and wanted to distribute, not just the forms class but also other classes that I have developed already by then. And in less than a week I launched the site with all those basic features that I wanted. So for those curious about the PHP classes site, this is the basic story of how it all started. But the class forms continued to be developed, and kept adding many features. One of the most requested features was to be able to generate the forms using templates. So about in 2002, I developed a plugin to integrate the class with Smarty. Later I developed another means to use templates with this class that I'll also be talking in more detail ahead in this presentation, and it would allow to use plain HTML templates with simple PHP code in the middle. Later in 2004, I noticed, since the class was already becoming very large, I developed a means to extend the class with separate plugins that could provide enhanced features without adding more code to the core of the class. I also added later in that year the ability to process browser-side events on the server side, which is also another thing that we'll be talking more in detail ahead. Another interesting feature that I added in 2005 was the ability to connect two inputs in such a way that when event occurs in one input, it triggers an action in another input. Later in 2006, one very important feature that was added to this package is the ability to submit forms using Ajax. So it would be possible to submit a form and process it without causing page reload. Just to give you an idea of the timeline of the release of the plugins that I have developed to extend the class, here is the list of all the core plugins that are available so far and their release dates. So let's start getting more practical, and let me tell you how this forms class should be used. Basically, the script that processes the form should also be the same that presents it. For developers that are not used to this approach, they use a more traditional approach, which is to use one page for presenting the form and another to display the form processing results. The problem with this is that if the form is invalid, I mean if it has some invalid fields, it is necessary to present the form again to the user, denoting any inputs that are invalid. So the single script approach is better, as it avoids the need to redirect to the page form again, which would be what would happen using a separate script to present and process the forms. So this single script approach is better because it is easier to preserve the form input values that have been submitted and present the form again using those values, and also denote the inputs that have invalid values. So the basic script for processing forms starts creating an object of the class. Then there should be a section to define which inputs the form should have. Right after that, the class should be used to load the values that may have been submitted in case the form is being processed after the user has submitted the form. So then we need to evaluate whether the form is being displayed for the first time. If so, you should show the form to the user. Otherwise, this means that the form is being submitted, and so you need to validate the submitted input values. Once you validate, you need to check whether all inputs are valid. If there are some inputs that are not valid, the form is not ready to be processed, so you should output the form denoting any invalid inputs. If all inputs are valid, so we are ready to process the form and execute whatever is the purpose of the forms processing script. Let me show you a skeleton of a typical forms script. So we start loading the class, we create an object, and we add some inputs to the form definition. Ahead I'll be explaining more about these parameters and these functions that are being called. Then we load the input values that may have been submitted, and we start checking whether the form is being submitted or is being shown for the first time. If it is being submitted, we need to validate, and in case there is any validation error, we need to display some error message to the user. If there was no error in the validation, we need to process the form. If the form was processed successfully, it is good to eventually show a success message. If the form was not processed because either it was because it was invalid or because it is being displayed for the first time, we need to generate the HTML for the form using eventually some templates, and then we display the form to the user. In that previous script, there is the inclusion of a template to present the form, and in this case the template could be some HTML embedded with some PHP code. So this is a simple HTML template with some PHP code in the middle to specify where the inputs and the respective labels will appear. There are other ways to define the presentation of the forms, like for instance using smarty templates or using an automatic layout engine that does not require HTML editing. These ways are presented in detail ahead. Now let's start talking a little more about the structure and API of this class. It is basically divided in 3 layers of functions that provide the functionality that forms processing scripts need. There are functions for defining the form, also functions for presenting the form, and functions for processing. Let's talk first about the form definition. There is a function named addInput. It adds an input to the form with given parameters, as I have shown before in the skeleton script. Then there are also functions to connect inputs in such a way that when an event happens in a source input or an event of the form, an action is executed in the scope of a target input. This is an advanced feature, but later, once you get more intimate with this class, you will understand more about this feature. One example of this feature is the that typical case when you have, for instance, select input that the user changes its value, and eventually you need to force reloading the page. So you can connect the select input to another input, which would be a submit button, and you can make it emulate a click action to force the submission of the input. So these functions that I mentioned, connect and connect form to input, can be used for these purposes. Other than these functions, there are class variables that are used to configure the behavior of the class. Some are related to form HTML parameters like the action, the form method, form submission method, the form target window, and so on. Now let's talk about how to present a form. There are functions that basically they can compose the form output. So you can add a HTML to the form that defines the layout of the form inputs. You can also define where in that HTML will appear the inputs and the respective labels. So basically there are these three functions: add input, add label part, and add data part to add an input, a label, or arbitrary HTML, or eventually some JavaScript. There are also these two functions to define a section of your script that will be used to capture any HTML that your script outputs, to include that HTML or JavaScript or whatever in the form output. Finally, when the form output is ready to be generated, you can use either fetch output or display output to retrieve the HTML and JavaScript of the whole form. In certain cases, like for instance when you use special plugins, you may need to generate HTML and JavaScript code that must be included in the page add section, like for instance some JavaScript code or CSS definitions, and those must be included in the page add section. And if you also need to define the onload or the on-unload attributes at the body tag, you can use these page load and page unload functions. So the page head is used to retrieve any HTML that some special plugins need to generate to be included in that section of the page, because these other two functions, fetch output and display output, are only responsible to generate the HTML code that goes between the form tags, form start and form end. The last part of the API is about processing the form. As you may have noticed in the diagram that I presented before, first you need to load the input values, which is done using a function exactly with that name. What that function does is that it first extracts the input values that may have been submitted. It checks the necessary super global variables that contain the form submission request values. Then it eventually may discard any forged values, which is a security feature that I'll be talking in more detail ahead. It may convert escaped values in case there was some unnecessary escaping due to the presence of magic codes setting of PHP, and also it may format the input values using masks, which I'll also be talking a little more about this ahead. Then there is also the wasSubmitted function, which basically checks whether the form is being submitted for processing, or otherwise it means that the form is being presented for the first time. In case the form is being submitted, you need to call the validate function to check whether the input values of the whole form or eventually just a part are valid. Finally, if everything is okay and the form is valid, all inputs have valid values, you are going to process the form. So we need to retrieve the input values that have eventually been filtered and formatted by the previous functions that I mentioned. And so you have these three functions. Basically you will use mostly this get input value to get the value of one function, but in case you are using checkboxes or radio buttons, you need to use these other two functions, get checked state and get checked radio. Now let's get a little back to the form definition and look in closer detail about the function named addInput, which is necessary to define each of the inputs of the form. Basically, it takes an associative array, or a hash if you prefer to call it that way, with several types of parameters. Basically, there are some mandatory parameters like the form input type, the name, and an ID. You may also have presentation parameters like eventually a CSS class or the title of the label. You also may have some validation parameters, which we'll see more about this ahead, and some input type specific parameters, so they will only be used for some types of parameters of inputs. So here's a basic example. You call the addInput function and pass an associative array. You have the mandatory parameters, and they have some presentation parameters, which are of course optional. You also have some validation parameters, and if it is the case, you may have some input type specific parameters. In this case, we're talking about a password type field, for which you can define a specific parameter to restrict the length that it may have. After you define the the form inputs, you'll start calling the load input values function, which performs some input value filtering actions, like converting escaped values in case the magic code setting is on. It will also filter forged values. I mean, when I say forged values, I mean that values that using the form in the usual way, using a regular browser, it would not be possible to submit those values, but some hacker with illicit intentions could forge the form submission to perform some kind of security exploit. So there are some parameters in the definition of the input values that can be used to minimize, or at least avoid, if possible, the security damages that an exploit could cause. Another filtering action that the class may perform is formatting input values using masks, defined with regular expressions. An example of this feature would be, for instance, at the case of input for a zip code that could have a sequence of 5 digits, which is common in some countries, followed by an optional dash, and then have 3 more digits. So basically, this is a regular expression that matches this mask definition. Since I have some characters that are optional, I could define them, like for instance this dash, this is marked as optional, and whether or not the user types it, I can make the class reformatted if necessary, so it always appears with the dash in the processed value. So basically, what this specifies, it's a pattern of a regular expression that specifies what the input should expect and how it should be reformatted. Basically, you have these braces that define the first match, followed by an option dash, and then more braces defining these last 3 digits. This is processed, eventually replaced by this expression. This \1 represents this first expression, and \2 this last expression. Whether or not this dash is present, it will always appear here in the processed input value. One of the main features of this class is to validate forms. Validation may occur on the browser side or on the server side. The class can generate JavaScript for browser side validation. It may also validate the forms with the PHP code of the class itself. If necessary, the validation may happen only on the browser side or only on the server side. Usually you will want to validate forms on both sides, but in some cases client-side validation may not be desired. Once there was a user that requested me to be able to disable client-side validation because you work for a United States government institution that he needed to develop a web application with forms, and he was not allowed to use JavaScript for any purpose. So I added a feature to disable the browser-side validation, but you can also disable server-side validation if you need it for some reason. Another feature of particular interest is the ability to validate subforms. Subforms are a subset of the form inputs, and you can instruct the class to validate just a specific subset of the form inputs depending on which submit button was used. For instance, if you have a form to create an entry in your database, but you also want to provide a button to let the user cancel the submission. When the user clicks on the cancel submit button, you will not want to validate the form because the user will be canceling, so it will be irrelevant what would be the form values that it may or not have entered. So if you associate a subform name for the cancel button, only the inputs that have that are associated with that cancel subform will be validated. So if you do not have any inputs associated with the cancel subform, no validation will occur. So the user will not be required to fill any inputs in case he uses the cancel button. Another interesting feature that this class provides is the ability to provide a means to perform conditional validation. For instance, if you have an email input that the user is not required to fill, but if the user fills the input, he must provide a valid email address. So you can associate an optional value that when the user specifies it, no validation will occur, but for all other values the class will validate whatever the user entered. So you can use, for instance, an empty validate optional value, and that will address that situation. When there are validation errors, you will want to associate error messages to each kind of validation errors that may occur. Another interesting feature of this class is the ability to highlight the inputs that may not be valid. So the class provides means to define a CSS class or a set of style attributes that will be used to change the form input presentations when the form inputs are invalid, using these invalid class and invalid style parameters. By default, the class also generates the necessary JavaScript to set the input focus to the first input of the form that may be invalid. The class provides means to perform several types of predefined validations. Those that are most common are those that check whether input was filled by the user, or the user typed some text with an expected minimum length. Another interesting type of validation is that which compares two inputs and check whether they have an equal or a different value. Imagine, for instance, a form with a password field and also a password confirmation field. You will want the user to type the same value in the password field and in the confirmation field. Otherwise, the class will notice a validation error. Another situation is that, for instance, you have a password field and a reminder field. In that case, you will want those fields to have different values. Imagine, for instance, if the user forgot the password and reminder message is used to present it to the user, but since the password is secret, the actual password should not be used in the reminder field. So the class may check whether the password and the reminder fields are actually different. Another common type of validation is to check whether the fields have valid integer values or decimal values or floating point numbers. Other less common types of validation is checking for valid email addresses or credit card numbers. For most other types of validations where the inputs are expected to have values formatted in a specific way, you can use regular expressions. The class supports checking whether an input matches or does not match a specific regular expression. The class supports POSIX regular expressions, not which are a bit more limited than Perl regular expressions. The reason for this is that the POSIX regular expressions are those that have a common syntax that is also supported in JavaScript. So you can use the same expression to perform the same validation based on regular expressions, both on the PHP side and JavaScript side. Another interesting type of validation is, for instance, when you have a group of radio buttons or checkbox inputs and you need to make sure that the user checked at least one of the options of the group. So you can require that the class performs the necessary checks to verify whether at least one input was ticked. For other kinds of validations that the class does not provide built-in support, you can provide special validation functions that will be called to perform the necessary checks. You can define functions in PHP to validate on the server side, and also functions in JavaScript to validate on the client side. Additionally, you may implement special types of validation using additional plugin classes. These plugin classes they perform more complex kinds of validation that may involve more than one input. So this kind of plugin-based validation happens after all the base input validations have been performed. Now let's talk about defining the presentation of the forms using templates. One of the forms that can be used is using HTML with some commands of PHP in the middle to define where the inputs and the labels will appear. This kind of presentation definition must be enclosed in a section that starts with a start layout capture function and ends with a call to the end layout capture function. These functions are used to instruct the class to use PHP output buffering support to capture any output that your script generates, to include that output in the form output using the add data part function. Another alternative to generate the output, to define the output of the form, is using Smarty template engines. There is a plugin for the Smarty template engine that was developed to provide the necessary integration with Smarty. That plugin is a prefilter that replaces Smarty templates with tags like this input label, and replaces those tags with PHP code that calls the add data part, add input part, and add label part function calls. So the output of the form can be composed using Smarty templates. Another alternative way to define the output of the form using templates is to use an automatic layout plugin, which is made available separately, and it provides a common presentation for the form on which all the fields are laid out vertically. One input per row is displayed next to a label if the input has an associated label, and this is ideal for quick prototypes. If you have a form that you want to show to a client of your project, and you can use this automatic layout plugin to generate a quick presentation. It is also interesting for developers that work alone, but they are not really skilled in web design, so they will not need a web designer to help them to produce the form HTML template to generate the form output. The form output generated this way will be exactly the same for all forms, but this will be a very common situation that will address the needs of many developers. Better than just telling you about the class, let's show you it in action. Here, as you may see, it is an example form generated by an example script that comes with the class distribution, and it has all sorts of basic input types, just for the sake of demonstrating at least a good part of the features that this class provides. So basically, here you have first an email address input. The class expects you to enter a valid email address. It will validate it with specially tailored regular expressions. Let's suppose that I type this address, which obviously is not valid. So let's see if I try to submit this form, what would happen. What you see here is an alert box with the error messages associated to the invalid inputs. Here you see all the messages at once, but you can configure the class to just show the first error message that is associated to the first input of the form that is invalid. So this is an option. When you return from this alert box to the form, as you may notice, the input focus is set on the first input that is invalid, so you can quickly resume editing this input to fix its value. Now that I fix, I may submit the form again, but before I do it, let me also comment about something that, as you may notice, is showing the form inputs being highlighted. As you may see, they are all drawn differently using a separate CSS class or style definition that is configurable for all the form inputs at once, or for each input to have his own invalid CSS class or style definition. And now becomes clear which are the inputs that the user needs to fix. to make the form valid. So now that I've fixed this email address input, as you may see now, when I attempt to submit the form again, it will show the alert box again, and now, as you may see, the email address field is rendered with the original CSS class, so clearing it as it used to be invalid, so the user can continue and fix the next input that is invalid. As you may see here, there is also a credit card input number that the user has to enter. It is marked as optional, which means that if the user types something, it must be a valid credit card. If the user does not type anything, the value is accepted without further validation. This is something that this optional validation is available to all types of inputs, not just credit card numbers, as it is demonstrated here. Right below you have a select input that lets you pick a specific credit card number. This means that if you want the class to validate the number to be to a specific type of credit card, you can associate a select input that will determine that it will let the user to determine which is the type of the credit card. So let's suppose I enter it as Visa, and I will enter here a number that obviously is not valid. When I try to validate it, it will tell me that the credit card number is invalid. Actually, this number is valid, it is just not valid as Visa credit card number. So let's suppose that I would have typed some real credit card number, which should not be Visa, should be something else other than all these that are supported. I could specify a non-credit card type, or should be other credit card type, and this time it would accept it as valid. Then I have other fields that where I can enter other types of values. So let me use it to demonstrate the form features. Here the age input expects a valid integer. Since I did not do it, it will appear as invalid. I might also apply ranges of accepted valid numbers. So if I say that I'm too young than a specific age, it will not accept it. I configure it to accept 18 as a valid age, so it is now cleared. The weight here accepts a valid floating point number. Here it expects an URL, which the example is validating using a specially tailored regular expression. And now I'm going to demonstrate another interesting feature, which is auto-completion using masks. As you may see, I did just enter a URL that is not accurately formatted because it lacks the protocol. So when I enter it, there is some magic that makes the class reformat the URL, assuming some missing characters, which would be the beginning HTTP and the ending slash, which is always mandatory. This is just to demonstrate how to format input values using masks defined by regular expressions. Another interesting feature that I'm going to demonstrate now is capitalization. As you may see, I entered the access name field there with a lowercase value, and the class automatically converts to uppercase because it is configured to do so. Now let's see also the password inputs. Let's suppose that I make a mistake and I enter a different password in the confirmation field. It will show me an error telling the password is not equal to the confirmation. So I must fix it, type it correctly. Now it is accepted. Another feature is the ability to compare two inputs and require that they have different values. Let's suppose that I would enter the same. And it will tell me here that the reminder phrase must not be equal to the password. So I will enter now something else. Here I have a multi-select input, which lets me show and lets me select different values. I also have here a validation at the form that requires me to select at least one of these checkboxes. So when I submit it, it will tell me that I have not specified any types of notification. Let's suppose I tick my email. The same kind of validation can be applied to a group of radio buttons. Other than that, here there is a dummy button input that is not useful for anything other than demonstrating that I can use it in a form to trigger some browser-side action. In this case, when I click it, it will open an alert box showing a message telling me about its value. It also changed, it will tell me here that the reminder phrase must not be equal to the password. So I will enter now something else. Here I have a multi-select input, which lets me show a message telling me about its value. the value of the input here, and I can change it again. So I implemented a toggle button. Another interesting feature is the ability to require that you check a checkbox before submitting the form. Usually this is used for requiring that the user reads something in the form and confirms that he has read it. So when I'm done, I'll submit the form, and here what you see is the form displayed again with but in read-only mode. What is this read-only mode? It's basically the form displayed with its values rather than the actual input boxes. So you see all that I have entered. I may configure the class to not show the password fields, just replaced by some dumb characters. So this is basically the same form without any submit or any kind of buttons. So this is basically what the example script does. Let's take a look now at the code of this example script. As you may see here, the whole script starts including the forms class and then creating the form object. Then you define some properties in some of the class variables that you may need to set. This example is reasonably long, as it attempts to demonstrate many things. So a lot of its content is made of comments that you can read to learn more about the details and the usage of these class variables, as well any class functions. I'm not going to detail much about any of these now, just sharing some code to give you an example of how an example form looks. So you set the class variables that you need. Then when you are done, you start defining the form input, as explained in the part of the presentation that introduces the API of the form. So here you start calling the add input function to define the inputs that you need. The function takes an array with several parameters that each kind of input needs to configure their behavior. This form has quite a lot of inputs, so I'm going to skip right after the end of the form input definition. So when the definition is done, the first thing that should be done is to start the form processing by loading any input values that may have been submitted. This is done using the load input values function, and if the form was being submitted, which is something that you can check by calling the wasSubmitted function, you start validating it. If there were any errors, the return value of the validate function returns the error message associated to the first error that it found in the first invalid input. If there was no validation error, we then proceed. I use in this script this do it flag, which means that it can be used to determine whether the form is to be processed or not. If it is true, 1 in this case, it means that the form is going to be processed. Since this is just a do nothing example, what this script does is to redisplay the form in read-only mode. So that's what it will do for form processing, but your real form processing script will do something here in this section. If the form is not being processed, it's probably going to be displayed again, or eventually for the first time, because it is not being submitted, and this way we eventually determine whether you're going to set the input focus on the first form input or on the first form input that is invalid, which can be done by using this connect form to input. So whenever you are ready to actually show either the form or the results of its processing, you start generating your page. This is just a simple script that does not really attempt to separate the logic of presentation from the actual HTML. So as you may see, we start here with the page head section, then here we start displaying the form using HTML templates with some PHP code in the middle to define where the form inputs and their labels will appear. In this case, I have a simple structure of the HTML templates with PHP code. First, I have a form frame that will enclose the actual form template, which is set with this variable. So whenever the output is ready, it's defined to be generated. You just call the display output or the fetch output function, and depending on whether you want to output it HTML right to the script output, or you want to get it into a string. So let's take a look closer at these template scripts. As I mentioned, there is a script that defines the frame of the forms um, what it does is actually first start to figure if there is any error message to display. If there is something to display as error, it will output before the actual form frame that I'm generating also with this script. And then in the middle of the frame I actually include the template script of the actual form. The reason why I'm doing this here is because the class is shipped with several examples, and all of them share this structure. So in the other scripts I just change the value of this variable to define which template defines the form output for each script. So let's see in the case of this example, the first example that demonstrates how to generate a form with the basic, all types of basic inputs. I include this template, and as you may see, in this case it uses tables just to assure a vertical and an horizontal alignment of fields and labels without constraining any of the columns. For those that prefer tableless layouts, the class itself, the forms class itself, does not impose any restrictions. It's just a matter of style preferences that you may have. So basically what we see here is just a template with HTML and some PHP code in the middle that defines where the inputs and the labels appear. If there are any inputs that need to be fixed because they have invalid values, we can show them marking with some mark that lets the user know that the inputs need to be fixed. So this is the same structure repeated for all the forms of the all the inputs of the form. With a custom template that includes inputs in special positions. This is just the basic approach to generate the output, but there are simpler approaches using either Smarty templates or a special plugin that provides automatic layout, so you don't have to define this long template of HTML with embedded PHP. I've been talking about plugins that can extend the capabilities of the forms class. Basically they provide new types of input controls. Eventually they will implement new behaviors. An example of a new behavior would be, for instance, the autocomplete feature. When you have a text input that has a value that can be completed as the user types it, with some words retrieved from a list, that could be used to complete what the user has typed so far. I'll be talking about a plugin that performs this action a little more ahead. Plugins also may provide new validation types, as I mentioned before. Another interesting feature that plugins can provide is new types of layouts for other groups of inputs. There is one specific type of layout that I mentioned before that is implemented by a plugin that we'll talk a little more in detail ahead. The plugins are implemented by subclasses of a base plugin class. This base class is part of the script of the main forms class. The plugins may generate HTML and JavaScript or nothing at all. For instance, plugins that are just used for server-side validation do not need to generate any HTML or JavaScript. So now let's start talking a little more about the available plugins. First, let me tell you about this calendar date plugin. Basically, it displays 3 inputs for the day, for the month, and the year. The date format is configurable, so if you prefer to show it in a way that suits more the conventions of your country, you can configure the format of this plugin, of the output of this plugin, so it will show in the way you need. You can also configure whether the months appear as numbers or names, which can be in any idiom that you want to use in your forms. The class accepts any valid date between 1 and 9,999 after Christ. The plugin also generates the necessary JavaScript to validate a date, both on the browser side. This means that if you enter an invalid date for a certain year, the generated JavaScript will trigger a validation error before submitted the form. Another interesting feature of this plugin is the ability to restrict the accepted dates between a start date and an end date. You can also apply validation restrictions in order to just have a restriction for the start date or just a restriction for the end date. If the date is restricted to a small range of years, the year input may be turned into a select input instead of regular text input. Let's also see the calendar date plugin input in action. As you may see here, you have a small form just with an input to choose a calendar date. Here you may choose the day, the month, and the year. You can configure the class to use months either as numbers or as names in any idiom. As you may see here, it is expecting a date within a given range. This is an optional constraint that I can apply to this form. So if I attempt to submit it with an invalid date, it will tell me about what it expects. In the case I've specified a schedule date before the start date. The start date here is 13th, and I've left it as it appeared initially, which is 12. So let's enter another date. In the case I have specified a date later than the accepted date, so it will complain. I can also try and demonstrate an invalid calendar date which does not exist, and it will tell me right away that the day is not valid. Why not submit it? It would accept some other day in February, but obviously it is not within the accepted range, so it will not accept it. Since it accepted it now, the form was submitted and processed to the server. Now let's see an example of a script that generates and processes forms with this custom date input. The basic structure of the script is the same as every other forms script. You start by including the forms class and the forms date plugin, which defines a plugin class. That class inherits from the base class for plugins, so the forms class must be included first. So the script continues as every other script, creating an object, setting some properties, and then defining the inputs. Since we only have one input in this form, which is used to enter the date, you just call the add input like every other input, specify the type custom, and also specify the custom class form date class. Then the other input specific parameters follow. Basically we have here this format variable, which allows to configure the layout of this form input. As you may see, if you prefer a different layout, which is more appropriate to format dates in your country, you can rearrange this string here. You can also specify an array that redefines the names or numbers of the months as they appear in the month input generated by this custom input. You can also have an optional parameter to tell this custom input that the user may not specify any date and only validate it if it specifies some values for the date. You can define some acceptable time date constraints like the start and end date, and associate error messages that will be presented to the user when the specified date is not contained in the specified interval. In this case, this example just have also another submit input to let the user send the form to the server, and the rest of the script is like any other forms processing script. Another interesting kind of plugin is that performs what is usually known as captcha validation. Basically, it is used to validate whether the user that is accessing a page with a form is a real user as opposed to a robot that may be exploiting the site to abuse from it. So what this plugin can do is to generate an image with a text that the user has to type here, and it must match. The image is a bit obfuscated to make it difficult to guess by robots. By robots I mean scripts that are used to crawl and access the site in an automated fashion. The font size and the color and the obfuscation image are all configurable details. The users can use this button to redraw when for some reason the obfuscation image makes the text unreadable. The validation text may expire after a timeout period. A secret key is used to pass to the server information to let it redraw this image. That secret key may be stored in a session variable if the developer wishes that, but the plugin does not use sessions nor cookies to show this validation image. After the timeout period that I mentioned here, the validation text may no longer be used to decrypt the the information with the same secret key that is being passed. A new text must be generated, and all this is a security feature that is meant to avoid repetition attacks. For instance, that would be the case when a user accesses the site and types a certain key, and then he may build a script that repeats the same access to force the use of the same key and be able to always bypass this captcha validation. Now we are seeing a form that demonstrates the captcha plugin input, which consists basically by a plugin that generates an input that consists of several parts. There is an image which has a text that is rendered on it with some obfuscation on top to make it harder to guess by robots. There is a text input where the user must enter the text that is rendered here, and there is also a redraw button that is used to render the image again if for some reason it's too hard to read for the user. So I'll try to type it here. Let's submit it. Here is another feature of the class, which is the fact that the validation text will expire after a period if you do not enter it correctly before that. This is a security feature which is meant to avoid repetition attacks. This means that if somebody wants to abuse from this captcha, he will not be able to enter a valid text first and try to forge requests to the server that will repeat the same validation to make the server accept the same validation text again. So each text that appears for validation is only accepted during a period which is configurable. Could be 30 seconds or maybe more if you think that your users will probably take more time to fill your form and enter this captcha text. So you can configure that expiry time. So now let's enter again the text. I can ask, if I'm in doubt, I can ask the class to render the text again. Since the text has expired, it also already rendered a new text. Let's ask the class to render the text again, and once you are sure that the text that is rendering the image is readable, you can now submit it. So that's basically it. This input, although it appeared here alone in a form, it could be used in a more complex form that can have many more fields. The captcha plugin example is also similar to other examples. The only part that is worth noticing is the one that defines the parameters for this custom input. Like any custom input, you will need to specify type custom and specify the custom class form capture class. Here you may see also other input type specific parameters. Some are comment, just to demonstrate that they can be used, but were not used in this example script, like the format that defines the layout of the form inputs that will show in the example. We have marks to define where the image will appear, where the text input will appear, the redraw button, and some validation hidden parameter that is passed also to the server, so it must be part of this template. This is just a simple text string, but in reality you can use HTML marks on it. There are also other parameters like the size of the image, the size of the text that will be used for validation, the color of the text, also some parameters to define whether you are going to generate an image in PNG, GIF or JPEG formats. You can also define which image will be used for obfuscation purposes. Usually this is a transparent image, so it can overlay in the text that will be presented in the validation image. It could also use the GIF format, as it also supports transparency. Just do not recommend to use JPEG, as it does not support transparency. Then there are also other parameters here, like this resetting correct text, which means that when this option flag is set to true, 1 in this case, it will make the plugin adjust the behavior in such a way that whenever the user fails to enter the text, it will generate a new text. If this flag is false or 0, the plugin will simply reuse the same text until the expiry time is reached. Then there are some other more obvious parameters, like the background color of the image and the validation error message, which basically explains to the user what went wrong in case the text that he enters is not correct. And finally we have here an option to define until when the text is valid, and also an error message specifying to specify the validation text that will appear when the user took too long and the timeout for entering the validation text has expired. Most of the script here is common to the structure of other scripts except for this particular part. Basically it calls the handle event function, which is something that is done to let the same script that processes the form also serve the validation image, which is generated dynamically by the capture plugin class. So it is important to note that before this function is called, the script must not generate any output, because this call will be routed to the capture input plugin class to make it generate the verification image with the text. So it will generate an image, and nothing else must be served when a request for serving the image is handled. This is why when this flag process is returned true, the script must simply exit. Another interesting plugin is one that provides the ability to pick a location on a map. So it allows the user to pick a location in the map, and this plugin retrieves the coordinates of the point in the map where the user has clicked on. The location that the user has picked is marked with an icon that appears like this. These maps are presented using the Google Maps API. Well, the use of the Google Maps API is free, at least for now. In the future, this plugin may also support other Maps APIs, like the Yahoo Maps or the Microsoft Map Point. The coordinates that of the picked location appear in text inputs right here. You see the latitude and longitude. The user may change these coordinates manually. It is also possible to hide these inputs, so the user is not allowed to see or change the coordinates that are being at the point that was picked. The map zoom level may be adjusted automatically, as it shows, in several ways. One interesting feature is that the developers may define several locations and make markers appear on the map that point to those locations. This plugin is able to adjust the zoom level of the map that appears initially, so it makes all custom markers that developer has defined so they appear all visible at once. Now let's see the map location plugin input in action. As you may see here, it is loading a map using the Google Maps API. What you see in this map is a set of markers which are optional. You may want to use them to inform the user of several locations that are already determined. And when you are sure where you want to pick a location that you are looking for, you can just click on the map where do you want to see it. Here below you may see two inputs that specify the initial latitude and longitude coordinates. So when you click on a specific location, the input automatically collects the geographic coordinates and specifies them here in these two inputs. You can also enter some coordinates manually. And when you are ready, you can submit the form, which will pick your coordinates that you have used. Now let's see an example of a form script that uses the map location plugin. Its structure is also similar to other forms scripts, but there are some details worth noticing. First, to use this plugin, you need to sign up at the Google Maps site to request a key to use in your domain, the Google Maps API. This key here is just for using the Google Maps API in my local server. So you should get your own key and replace it here to make it work for in your site. Other than that, the rest of the script is very similar to others. The main difference is the call to add input to actually define what the map input will look like and how it will behave. As usual, you need to define the type custom and specify the custom class for map location class. You can associate labels and access keys as usual. You also should somehow define the size of the map. In this case, I've specified a style attribute that defines a width of 600 pixels per 400 pixels as height. Then you also need to specify the key, the Google Maps key, which I have mentioned that you can obtain in the Google Maps site to sign up and get a key for your domain. Then there are other parameters to define the initial values, like the latitude and longitude coordinates of the center point, of the map, the initial zoom level. As I mentioned, the zoom level may be adjusted in several ways. One of the ways is to specify a rectangle using longitude and latitude coordinates that define the bounds of the area that you need to zoom. The Google Maps API will adjust the zoom level so that a rectangle of the bounds will fit and appear visible. You can also make the zoom level adjust, so if you specify any custom markers, the zoom level will be adjusted if you use this zoom markers attribute in such way that the zoom level will make all markers visible. Additionally, you may add some offset around the space that you want to make the zoom level be adjusted to fit the markers, which in this case I use this bounds offset parameter to specify 1 degree either in latitude and longitude around the area that you want to make the zoom level be adjusted to fit. You can also define the initial map type, in this case a specified hybrid, which means that it will show the satellite view and also the road view with streets and rivers and everything else overlaid on the satellite view. You can also define the labels and styles for the inputs that let you enter the latitude and longitude values, and you can also specify which types of controls the Google Maps will display. There are several types of controls. You will need to take a look at the documentation to see what each of these controls can provide. One interesting feature, as I mentioned, is the use of the possibility to place some custom markers to appear on the map. It's basically an array of markers with their properties, like the latitude, longitude, and some information, text that will appear in the pop-up balloon that shows when you hover right in the position of the markers. You can also assign some links that will show in the balloon. So when you click on them, they will appear. They will appear in the balloon. So when you click on the marker, it will open the new link. You can also make the link open in a separate window by specifying a blank target. So basically, this is most of what this plugin can provide in terms of generation maps for picking a location. As I mentioned previously, there is also an automatic layout plugin that can generate the layout of several inputs vertically. so one appears per row. This is ideal to lay out all or part of the inputs very quickly. It does not require defining any HTML for the default layout. The layout is defined with predefined templates, but these templates may be customized in case you need to use a different type of layout for this plugin. The default HTML templates of this plugin use tables in order to avoid hard-coded column widths. But if you prefer, the templates may be redefined using tableless HTML. If there are any invalid inputs to be displayed, they appear next to a special mark that can be used to let the user know which inputs are invalid that need to be corrected. Also, there is the possibility to define whether or not some inputs are being presented as invisible inputs. Invisible inputs may be omitted from the form output depending on a condition value that is passed in the definition parameters. As for the automatic layout plugin, there is not much to show other than noticing that the same input that the same form that was used to render in a traditional way can be used to render using this automatic layout input with much less effort, because it does not require you to enter a whole template for the form. And here, as you see, this is the exact same form of the general example, and it has all the inputs in a vertical column, one per line, right next to a label, and everything is exactly the same. So this is an alternative way to render a form without having to enter many special HTML templates for the whole form. Let's take a look at the code of the example that generates a form with this auto layout plugin. The basic structure is the same. Actually, this is an adapted version of that initial example that shows all kinds of inputs. There are some differences. First, it starts including the input custom input class. Right after, it includes the forms class. The base definitions of the inputs are the same. So the only difference, since this just provides a different kind of layout, is how it generates the actual form output. So whenever you're going to generate the output using this custom input, you just add an input with this type, custom type, when this form layout vertical class as custom class. Then you need to specify a list of parameters, a list of inputs that will be laid out with this custom input, which are basically all the inputs. And one important detail is that some of these inputs are not really inputs, but rather sections of the form, actually rows of the form, that define same custom HTML to format the layout of the inputs in a different manner than the default. So you can see some inputs here, like the email, credit card type, and so on. But somewhere in the middle you see some pseudo inputs like notification header. Let's see how this is defined below. Below we have an array that defines data, which means that rather than being an input, it's a section with just plain HTML that will be replaced in the row of that pseudo input that appears here. So we have here notification header, and here we have data with a data array with an entry named also notification header, and it specifies the HTML that corresponds to the position, to the row of this pseudo input, and so on for other pseudo inputs that I'll use here. I also can repeat them in the layout. So if I need, for instance, I have a separator, which is just a row with a separator tag, I can repeat it in different parts of the form if I need. Then I have an array that defines properties that override the default layout for each row of each input, like the mark that will appear when the form input is invalid. I can also redefine the input format of the template that will render it in the layout. I can also define whether they will be visible or not. For instance, here I'm telling that the toggle button will be invisible in case the form was being submitted, as when the form is submitted it sets the do it flag. I can also define a parameter here that will specify how the invalid inputs will be marked. Just define this verify text here, but usually you probably want to use an image or something that looks nicer than just a plain text telling the user to verify. Then there are some other parameters that we probably will not want to override unless you want to redefine a lot of the behavior of this input, like the header and footer of the layout, as well the template that defines the default presentation of each row of the form. So if you want to replace the output of the form using this automatic layout plugin with eventually some table-less layout, you just need to redefine these templates here. I'm sure several people will want that, as they prefer very much to use tableless layout than table-based layouts. So whenever you add this input to the form, in the section where the form layout would be defined, you just need to include a template that is actually very simple. Let's take a look. Basically, it's a very simple template, as you mentioned. It practically has no HTML around it, around the placement of the layout input, as this layout input, which is the example automatic layout input that was defined. It just adds to the output of the form, and that's all. There is only just this section below that outputs the image, the submit buttons, one with an image, another with a normal image, and also an invisible, an hidden input named do it. So basically this is all for automatic layout input. In most cases your real script will be much simpler, as you probably will not want to override so much the default behavior of this automatic layout custom input. Another interesting plugin is one that provides animation visual effects. Not really an input plugin, but it is interesting because it can animate page elements using visual effects. It can animate any page element, even parts of the page which are not contained in the form. Each animation is basically a sequence of visual effects. Several animation sequences may run in parallel. Each sequence may be made of several effects of different types, like for instance replacing or inserting HTML in a specific element, show or hide a page element, use the fade in or fade out effect on a specific page element, or cancel running animations in order to synchronize effects. More animation effects will be implemented later. This is not exactly a plugin that is absolutely necessary in most forms, but it certainly can be used to give a stylish presentation that may help you to produce forms that impress better your customers. The animation plugin, as I mentioned, is not really a plugin that generates an input, but rather just provides some visual effects just to enhance your form presentation. This example just shows you a form. Actually, it is not submitting anything, just showing a few buttons and a feedback area, and also another box where some action will be presented just to show the visual effects that this class provides. For instance, if I click on this button, as you may have seen, this feedback box has changed its messages, just to show some progress, and the box that appeared here is now hidden. It used the fade out effect to make the box disappear, so now I can also make it appear with this other button that is connected to the animation plugin, so it makes the area appear smoothly again. We also have seen some feedback messages being updated here. So with these possibilities to animate your form, you can enhance your form presentation in ways probably limited only to your imagination. The animation example script is also very simple. Basically, it does the same as every other form example script, including first the forms class and then any classes of plugins that you need. Then you just define the form heading, the custom input. In this case I named it animation. In reality this is not a real form input, it's just a class that uses some JavaScript code to manage some animation effects. So basically the definition is very simple. Always specify the type custom and the custom class form animation class. If for some reason your script will use special paths for external JavaScript scripts, you may want to change this JavaScript path and copy the animation.js to the directory that you prefer to use, which may also be some other domain more adequate for saving starting content. In this example I just had a few buttons just to show the clicks, all the clicks on the buttons trigger animations. And the whole configuration of the animations uses input connections. So whenever I click on the buttons, it triggers an action on the context of the animation input. So what I need to do is to call the connect function of the forms class to connect the buttons, in this case the hide button, to the animation input, and the connection occurs upon the on-click event. It executes the add animation action of the custom animation inputs and passes some context parameters. These context parameters are the ones that actually define how the animations will be generated. basically I need to give a name to each animation. I can specify some debug flag just to let help you debug any problems that you may have in animations that are not correctly configured. And then I start defining my animation effects, which is basically an array that defines the sequence of effects. Each effect is defined with another array inside. That array is an associative array which defines the parameters of the animations. In this case, first I start an effect, a sequence of effects for this animation by cancelling another parallel animation that may be running. In this case, I'm defining the hide form animation to make the form frame hide. So if I'm running the show form animation in parallel, I should cancel it in order to avoid unwanted flicker effects. Then I have the usual sequence of effects that I want to implement. First, I just tell the animation manager to replace the content of a page element named feedback, which is that feedback box that appeared in the example, and show the hiding message. Then I trigger a fade out effect to an element named wall form, which is actually that frame that appears in the form. I define that this effect will last for half a second, and when it is done, it will replace the content of the feedback element with the message telling that the form is hidden. So this is a very simple animation sequence. Since I had two buttons, one to show and another to hide the form frame that appears, I also need to define the show form animation that will be connected to the show button. It's very similar to the hide animation, just changing the fade in, the fade out effect for a fade in, and then connect the animation definition to the on-click event that is triggered for the show button. And the rest of the definition of the form is very simple. One of the most interesting plugins is that one that provides means to submit a form using Ajax. Basically, you can submit a form without reloading the page. So the form is processed on the server side, and you remain in the same page, eventually showing some feedback of the form processing action. This plugin uses hidden iframe instead of the more traditional XML HTTP requests. The iframes are used because basically they are more powerful and portable than using the XML HTTP request. One of the reasons for using iframes is that they work practically on all browsers with no distinction of usage in terms of the necessary JavaScript and HTML that they need to run. Another thing is that iframes can be used to achieve certain things that are not possible with XML HTTP requests, like for instance file uploading. What happens is that XML HTTP requests need to compose and send a request by collecting the necessary data to submit to the server. However, in JavaScript, for security reasons, it is not possible to access to the contents of the files on the browser side. So it is not, for this reason, it is not possible to compose and send an AJAX request with XML HTTP request objects for emulating the form submission with files being uploaded. Another interesting possibility that iframes provide is that they can it can be used to show a response that is sent by the server in multiple steps, like for instance a progress bar that needs to be updated while the task some tasks that takes a long time is running on the server. With XML HTTP requests, you just send a request and it returns a response, so you need to keep polling. So this is not very efficient when done using XML HTTP requests. Using this plugin, you can easily provide feedback about the form processing activity that occurs on the server, all without page reloading. Basically, the class generates JavaScript to execute several types of actions in response to the processing of the form being submitted, like for instance replacing or inserting HTML content in the form page, change properties of the form page elements, pause for a given period, like for instance if you need to show some message and give the user some time to read the message before you proceed with some other action. So you can instruct this plugin to rest for a given period. You can also instruct the browser to redirect to some other page, which is something that typically can happen at the end of the AJAX submission processing. Other than that, you can instruct the plugin to execute some arbitrary JavaScript command on the browser side to implement some custom action that is not supported built in this plugin. So this way you can implement almost every kind of action in response without requiring the developer writes custom JavaScript. But if necessary, the developer can also implement new types of actions that are not supported to implement something that you may need to use in his Ajax application. So let me give you a little more detail about how this iframe, hidden iframe based interaction happens when it is used to submit forms using Ajax. Basically, it uses the comet approach, which, as I mentioned, allows multiple asynchronous responses to an Ajax request. Basically, you have here the browser and the web server. All starts with an initial access of the user to the form page. On the server side, the forms class with this Ajax plugin responds by sending the form with some custom JavaScript generated by the plugin and an hidden iframe. When the user submits the form, the class has generated a special JavaScript to redirect the form submission to the iframe. So the results of the response of the form will not be seen because this is an hidden iframe. It's an iframe with 0 width and height, so it is invisible. In response, the server will send the HTML that will be loaded in the iframe with only some JavaScript commands that will be used to implement all those actions that I mentioned before, and will eventually update the form page. Now let's see the Ajax form submit plugin in action. Here we have a form with a simple text box requiring a text description and a file input. I'm going to submit this form using Ajax, and as you may see, some progress here, some feedback of the form has been submitted. It finished the action, showed a message, and redirected to another page, which happens to be the actual same page of the form, but could be anything else. This is just a quick example to demonstrate how a form can be processed and submitted using Ajax. As you may notice, I use file input deliberately just to demonstrate that unlike XML HTTP request objects, it is possible using this comet approach using hidden iframes instead of those XML HTTP object request objects. The Ajax form submit example is a little more complicated than the other examples because it not only has to handle the form processing procedure, but also handle the interaction of the browser with the server using AJAX requests. So let's start with the simpler things. As usual, you must include the forms class, and then the forms custom input for handling submission of forms with AJAX. You define your form the usual way, adding your inputs, and then you also have to add an input of type custom and custom class custom form AJAX submit class. You may associate it with a feedback element which serves to let the class know where the form submission feedback will be displayed. You can also associate some HTML that will appear inside the feedback element when the form is submitted, which is this submit feedback parameter. In this case, I make an image which is an animated GIF that shows that indicator, and a message name with the text submitting a form. This AJAX form handling custom input is also capable of handling server communication timeouts. So I can configure some parameters like how long it will be considered that the script timed out after the server, the browser is not getting any response from the server. And I may also make appear in the feedback element a message to let the user know that the communication with the server has timed out. Additionally, I may execute some JavaScript code to be associated with this timeout pseudo event. To activate the form submission using AJAX, basically what I need to do is to connect the submit button that I define here with the name do it to the AJAX custom input, and this connection will trigger an action named submit when the on-click event occurs. As I mentioned before, whenever there is an interaction between the browser and the server, you need to call the handle event function, so the forms class can route any special requests of interaction, like for instance AJAX requests, to any custom input that is ready to handle them, which in this example is this form AJAX submit input that I described here. So whenever there is an AJAX request, this handle event takes care of routing the request to that input. So again, one important detail is that before this line, your script should never output anything at all, not even a page header, not any page output. And if the the request is of some browser server interaction, this function will set this variable, this parameter that is passed by reference to true, and that instructs the calling script to exit and do nothing after this point. So here starts what I think is probably more complicated part of the Ajax form handling. This custom plugin for handling Ajax form submission implements what is usually known in desktop applications as the event loop. What is the event loop? Basically a section of a script program that processes events of interaction of the user with the program, or some other events that handle external interaction of the any agent with the program. So this is where basically it starts the event loop. First, what the script must do is to check whether this is a real Ajax submit request or not. If it is, this means that this call here triggers some actions that posted some messages to be consumed by your script during the event loop. So if there are any messages, it is because we have here some Ajax interaction. So let's start the actual event loop, which starts here, and I have several kinds of actions to demonstrate, and ends here. So let's analyze this event loop a little closer. This event loop, it starts fetching messages from a queue that is generated inside the forms class, in that those messages are describe events that have occurred. For in this case of Ajax form submission, this is not like any desktop application that handles many kinds of events. The only event that I'm handling here is the event of type submit. So we're trying your script must handle the submit event. So all this event should be handled like any form submission. You call the function load input values to load any form values that have been submitted, and since this is already a submission of the form, you do not need to check to call the was submitted function to check whether the form is being submitted. So you may advance right ahead and call the validate function to check if the form is valid. If the form is not valid, this means that the validate function returns a validation error message. So what do you do in that case? Like any form submission should make the browser display a message showing some feedback about the error that happened. What I'm doing right here is precisely that. I just format some content that will be displayed in the feedback element. So what do? I just set the property named feedback as the input sender, which is our Ajax input, with some content that I generated here, which basically makes appear error message right in the browser. This is overly simplified because just this single line triggers the a response that is sent to the browser to update the display. So you do not need to care about the actual interaction between the server and the browser, which this Ajax form submission class takes care very well, without much knowledge of the whole interaction. So, as you may see here, you have not touched a single line of JavaScript, which I think it is a good thing, as we all PHP developers are much more specialized in writing PHP than any other language. So personally I prefer it. Other developers also prefer to not get buried in handling so much JavaScript. The whole plugin takes care of generating the necessary JavaScript, not only without any need for you to write custom JavaScript, but also without any worries when it comes to handling the browser differences. As you know, each browser may handle a certain JavaScript code in a different way, so sometimes you need to adjust to make the same effect in different browsers. But in this case you do not need to be concerned, because this plugin, where Ajax submission, takes care of it. So here we handle the case that the form is invalid by showing some feedback message, and here we start actually processing the form. So what you do first, since this is just an example, I made up several kinds of actions that actually do not correspond to any real actions in the server. So all is being emulated for the sake of presenting something that could be a real situation. So the first thing that I make the browser do is to show a sort of progress message that appears here. I define here a span with the ID progress, and then I capture this output that I generate here. I change the feedback element to some other section of the form, another element named whole form, and then set the feedback to make this HTML here appear in that whole form section, and then I restore the original feedback element. Then I enter here a loop, which could actually be a real form processing loop, doing something CPU intensive. In this case I do nothing, just make the browser, the servers sleep for 50,000 microseconds, 50 milliseconds, and after each 50 milliseconds just show update this progress span here to show a new value in that area, just to give the idea that I'm executing a task that increases 1% on each step. So when I'm finally done, I just pretend that there is a delay by calling this sleep 1 second function, and then output the message, this message operation completed, going to direct to the initial page in a few moments, and make it appear in the wool form element by changing the feedback element property. When I'm finally done, I just can respond to the original message by setting a response action to redirect to a given URL. Just made the URL go to the same script that started that displayed the form that is being submitted via AJAX. Once I define all my actions, which is in this case is just one action, I can reply to the message. Once I reply to the message, I reach the end of the form loop. Despite I'm calling this event loop, in practice there will be only one iteration of this loop. The reason why this works this way is because in the future the class will be evolved to handle things like events of users interrupting the connection, like they clicked on the stop button of their browsers, so all the interactions stop. So the script on the server that handles the requests for the AJAX may receive a message, an event, a message with an event type of abort in this event loop rather than just submit. So this event loop structure is ready to handle that situation that is more complex. So the event loop ends here. It just checks whether there are more messages to process or not. If there are no messages, it exits the loop and checks whether the script was processed. If it was processed, it just exits, and this ends the section that started here, which corresponds to the AJAX form handling. So what follows here is just the normal non-AJAX form processing, and this you have seen it in other example scripts. Now let's move to another plugin that not by coincidence can also use AJAX. Basically, it provides the ability to link two or more select inputs in a chain. It may also link inputs of other types besides select, although this is the most common use of this kind of plugin. The options of one input are switched when the value of another input changes. The options may be defined using static arrays that the developer defined in this form script that uses this plugin. Alternatively, the options may be retrieved from the server using AJAX. So when I click on select input, it triggers an action that submits an AJAX request to the server that makes it return a list of new options based on what the user have picked on the previous select input. This class has several variants which provide a means to retrieve the groups of options from a database. These variants can retrieve options from databases like MySQL and other types of databases using the Metabase API or the Pair MDB2 API. Other developers may easily write their own variants of this plugin to use other database access APIs. Let's see the linked select plugin input in action. Here we have a form with 3 select inputs, and I have this first input, select input, to choose a continent. As you may notice, when I change the value of this input, it switches the options that appear in the country select input. When I select country, you notice that it changes the options of the location input. And finally, when I select a location, it submits the form because the last select input was connected to the form submit input in such a way that when I change the last select input, it emulates the click on the submit button. So if the form had any invalid values, it would trigger the regular validation. Since the whole form was valid, it submitted the form, and this example just shows the location, country, and continent that were selected. The linked select custom input example is also very simple. Like any other examples, it starts including the forms class and then the custom input class that is being used. Since we'll have 3 linked select inputs, we need to define their options. In this case, the options are defined using static arrays. First, we have the options for the continents. Since this is a regular select input, just have the codes for the continents associated with names of the continents. Then we need to define the options for the countries. Since we need to link the countries to the continents, we need to define an array that associates each continent with a group of options. First, here we have an empty string continent, which means that it defines the options that will appear when the no country is selected. Then for North America, Europe, and so on. So for each of the continents we have another associative array that defines the countries and their associated codes. The same goes for the locations. For each country we have locations, so we need to define an array that includes several arrays, one for each country, and each of those array entries define the respective options. So here we have the locations for the United States country, Canada, Portugal, so on. So this is the way to define linked selects using static arrays. So then we are going to define the form inputs the usual way, calling add input. First we have the continent, which is a regular select input, and then we have the linked select inputs for the country and the location. So we need to specify that this input is of type custom, and the custom class is form linked select class. Then we need to configure the groups of options that will be used to define the countries. So we pick this array that we defined in the beginning with all countries associated to continents. We also need to tell the custom input that it is to be connected to the continent. So the countries are associated with continents, and the locations are associated with countries. We also have this auto width limit and auto height limit, which when set to 0, it will make the custom input calculate the width and the height of the input, of the select input, in such way, and that it will attempt to fit all the options that may appear in all the cases of the linked input that triggers the switch of options. Other than that, since in our example we have the choice of a location to trigger the form submission, we just call the connect function to instruct the class to trigger the execution of the click action on the context of the do it submit button when the on change event occurs in the context of the location select input. So basically this means when the the location select input changes, it will emulate the form submission upon the emulation of a click on the Do It Submit button. These linked select inputs may operate in two ways. One, which is loading all options of the inputs as a predefined arrays within the JavaScript that is generated for the form input, or retrieve the options, which is the dynamic mode, retrieve the options using AJAX requests. Whenever there is an AJAX request, which is basically an interaction between the browser and the server, we need to call the handle event function to take care of that interaction. So, as in the other examples, before this line that calls the handle event function, there should be no output in this script. And as also in the other cases, if the handle event function sets this variable named processed, which is passed by reference, if it is set to true, the script must exit, which means the browser and server interaction has ended. The rest of the script is like any other form handling scripts. So there is not much more to comment here. Another interesting type of plugin is one that provides means to complete the text typed in a text input using a list of words. It shows a menu with the words that can complete the text typed so far, like this, right below the text input. The words that appear in the menus may be formatted using custom HTML, so you can use whatever styles you want, like for instance changing the font, the text that appears, or any other kind of format you may prefer. Optionally, you may use a button to make all the words appear all at once in the menu. The button can be either a custom image or some text that will appear as a click button. This plugin may be configured to get the completion words dynamically from the server using AJAX. In this case, it also uses hidden iframe to retrieve the words from the server using the scheme of AJAX that I've described before. This plugin also comes with variants that can be used to get the words dynamically from a database on the server. Like in the previous plugin, there are versions to retrieve options from a database. There can be MySQL or other database types that can be accessed using the Metabase API or the pair MDB2 API. Also, like in the previous plugin, other developers may easily write their own variants of this plugin to use other database access APIs. Now let's see the autocomplete plugin input in action. Here we have a simple form, just for the sake of demonstrating this plugin, we have a color input and a font input. If I type one letter, it will attempt to complete, and the text that I type using the first letter that I've typed so far to search in the list of all possible options. If I want to let the user see all the options at once in the menu, I can specify an option that tells input to show this button. When I click in it will show all the options in a menu. You can navigate the menu using the mouse or the keyboard, so it provides full accessible control of this input. You also can use the escape or enter key to terminate the menu editing. As you may have noticed, the options in the menu are formatted with arbitrary HTML, which means that you can configure the whole look of the options here. You can also configure the look of the background. So in this case, for instance, of the font, you may even configure the background. In this case, it is a bit transparent, as you may notice. Here is the font name, and here is a preview of this font being rendered in the browser. The autocomplete form example is very simple, because it is just meant to demonstrate an effect, which is a new behavior of auto-completing the value of a text input. As usual, we start including the forms class, and since this autocomplete input relies on the Ajax Submit plugin to perform browser server interaction, we also need to include this Ajax Submit. This is only necessary in dynamic mode, where the list of all possible values that will complete any text that is typed needs to be retrieved from the server using Ajax. So then we proceed, after including those plugin classes, by creating the form and adding the inputs. In this case, we have only two text inputs, and we have also buttons, which are optional, but I have used them in the example to trigger the display of all options of the for completion when the button is used. So we will also need to add the button input, and here we define the complete input, as usual, starting defining the type custom and the custom class set to form autocomplete class. Then we have a set of parameters that configure the behavior. First, we will specify which is the identifier of the text input that we want to complete. In this first case it is the color, which we have defined here. Then we can also configure the minimum length of the text that is typed in the text input when to trigger the auto-completion action. In this case we have set 1 character, which means right after the user types 1 character, the autocomplete custom input will attempt to complete what the user has typed. Since we are using static values for defining our auto-completion menus, we define this array of parameters named complete values and associate all the values that will be used to complete in the text with some HTML that define how they will be presented. In this case we have just defined a simple text that has this span that sets as background color the first letter of the menu. This is just a matter of style. You do not have necessarily to format it in this way. This is just to show that I can format it in the way I want. So I define it for each of the autocomplete words, and as I mentioned, this autocomplete can work dynamically, which means that whenever the user types some text to be completed, this autocomplete input performs a request, an AJAX request, to retrieve the possible words that completed. So the options are obtained dynamically from the server when we set it to work in dynamic mode. Here I also define that the button named show colors that I define here will trigger when it is clicked. It will trigger an action that makes the whole menu of all options appears. I can also define an element of the page where any AJAX interaction feedback will appear. So for instance, when there is a submit request to retrieve the autocomplete options, I can associate with this HTML section, which basically makes appear that indicator animated GIF, just to let the user know that there is some browser server interaction going on, and if it is in a slow connection, it probably can take a little while. I can also define what happens when the AJAX request ends, which in this case it makes the feedback element be updated with the same image, with a GIF, animated GIF indicator image, but it is made to look invisible. So this is just meant to force that area of the form to have enough space for the image, but after the browser server interaction happens, it will be made invisible. And then basically the same procedure to define the other autocomplete input for the text font. First we define the text input. One thing that is worth mentioning is that to not interfere with the browser autocomplete support features, it is important to add this autocomplete half attribute that will be included in the HTML for the text input to make the browsers do not attempt to implement their own autocomplete features for this input. Then I also define a button that will be used to define to make the menu for the fonts appear. In this case we use an image button that will appear right next to the font input. Then we define the autocomplete custom input mostly in the same way as the autocomplete custom input for the colors. This one for the fonts just has some minimal differences other than the values that will appear in the menus. I made it work with the static mode, so the actual autocomplete options are preloaded when the form is generated, so there will be no AJAX interaction like in the case of the font example. Other than that, as you may see here, the presentation styles of the menus and the items, selected items, is totally configurable, as you may see here. Like in other examples of form scripts that may employ some form of browser-server interaction, it is necessary to call the handle event function, and if it returns true then the processed parameter, it must exit the script. Other than that, the rest of the script is very similar to every other script to handle forms that we have seen so far. Now let me show you a real example of application of the autocomplete and also the previous inputs that I have mentioned. This is the search page, the internal search page of the PHP classes, which by the time that I am recording this presentation, it's still in beta, and basically it uses several of the features that the previous inputs provide. So let me type here some options. As you may have seen, I typed X and the menu appeared to autocomplete these options. You may notice here when I type there is a small animation that is used to let the user be aware that an AJAX request is being performed in the background using the AJAX submit to request the completion words in the menu it shows a lot of several of the options that may complete this search. Just show the first 10 possible from a list that is retrieved from a database with the most likely searches that you will want to make based on recordings of all the searches that the users have made in the past. So the site collects some statistics just for the purpose of helping other users to simplify the typing of the searches they want to perform. Let me give you a more concrete example. Let's suppose I select this search for XML on MySQL. I submit to the form to the server, and here we see the results. This is another interesting feature also used by this internal search of the PHP classes site, is that it also uses the forms class itself for the pagination. Although all these are achieved with links, it performs server side searches and retrieves the results using Ajax. As you may have noticed, there are some visual effects, fade in and fade out, messages appearing, and also the results below here, which provides a nicer look when compared to the traditional search pages. This is all achieved with Ajax requests. As you may have noticed, the URL here did not change, so there is a permalink that appears here when you want to provide that, or even bookmark that link to return to it later. It generates a new URL that you can use to bookmark with all the options. So you are not limited by the fact that during Ajax requests the search, when it happens, it does not update the form, the page URL. As you may remember, when I used the permalink, it went to the search that appears these results in the package forms. So if I reload, it will go back there because it is the URL that is specified there. So this is a neat application of several of the plugins of the class to achieve a nicer presentation that is more accessible for the users. One plugin that provides a frequently requested feature is this upload progress meter plugin. Basically, it is a a plugin that can send a parallel AJAX request during the form submission. This parallel request that runs while the form is being submitted to the server, usually to upload large files, it monitors the arrival of the files to the server. This plugin uses the upload progress extension to monitor the upload. This upload progress extension requires PHP 5.2 to work. However, the forms class now comes with a patch that can be applied to PHP 4.3 or 4.4 to let the upload progress extension work under these PHP versions. The upload progress extension is available from the PECL repository of PHP extensions. As you may see here, during the form upload, a progress bar can be rendered with additional upload statistics. The progress bar template may be redefined to include or remove certain marks that are used to show the upload statistics, like we see here, the uploaded file size, the remaining time, the average speed, and the current speed. So you can redefine this template that shows the progress bar, either to remove any of these details or render the progress bar in a different way, or even show these details but, for instance, present them in a different idiom. To demonstrate the form upload progress meter plugin, I'm going to access this page here, where you can try all the examples of the class. The reason why I am accessing this page rather than demonstrating this plugin in the local server is that in order to show you the real effect of the progress bar that appears, I'm trying a slower internet connection just to give time to let you see the progress bar exhibiting. So here is the form, which comes with the other examples of the class. Let's choose a large enough file to upload. We send upload and it starts showing the progress bar. As you may see, it updates the display with the progress of the upload, showing the uploaded size here, the estimated remaining time here, and average and current speeds here. All this is defined using a template that is configurable, so you only show the details that you want, including the progress bar itself. So when all is done, here is the information of the uploaded file, like any regular form upload script that you use in PHP. The upload progress meter example is very simple. As usual, it defines the forms first by including the necessary classes, first the forms class, and then the plugin classes that it needs. Since it needs the Ajax Submit plugin to interact and obtain the upload progress feedback. This must be included. This plugin must be included first, right before the upload progress plugin. Then you define the formulas in the usual way. In this case, there is just one input for the file and one submit input. There are some hidden inputs that are also important. This max file size is very important to specify the limit of the files that the server should expect, and it should be the first to be output in the form. Then we define the upload progress custom input. First specify that the type is custom, and here we also define that the class, the custom input class, should be form upload progress class. The rest of the form input definition with type specific parameters is very simple. Basically, we define a page element that will be updated with the upload progress information, and then we define a template that specifies how the progress bar should be formatted. Basically, we see here is something very simple but very effective. We have a table that is centered. I set it to have the width of 200 pixels, and I define style sheet name, a style named progress container, with some common parameters that define style. And the reason why this uses this CSS class is to minimize the amount of data being transferred from the server to the browser to update the progress bar. This means that whenever there is a new progress evolution, the server will, the plugin will reformat this template with replacing some values, and it will send back to the browser. So if we are in a slow connection, to make the progress flow be very efficient, it is important to minimize the size of this template, the size in terms of characters of HTML code. So as we see, you have here a table with a single row with two columns. One is used to display the bar itself, and we use the percentage of the bar to define the width of that column. And we also use this class progress bar, this CSS class named progress bar, to define some other attributes for formatting purposes. This class basically specifies that its background we'll have a small image, which is basically a slice of the progress bar, that when it is stretched, it will show a nice degradé effect for the progress bar. Let's see a little more about these CSS definitions. So we have the progress container here and the progress bar, which defines some styles here, and the progress bar, which is this progress.gif image to achieve that degradé effect in the progress bar that is being stretched. So back to the definition of the template. We also show a percentage of the progress in that first column of this table. The second column of the table will be empty. Below the table we show some upload statistics, like the total number of the size of the files that are being uploaded. This means that if there is more than one file being uploaded with the same form, this total here will be replaced by the total size that the server expects, and this uploaded mark here will be replaced by the size of the amount of data transferred so far. These uploaded and total template placeholders will be formatted with the suffixes of K, M and G for kilobyte, megabyte and gigabyte. So it will attempt to show the smallest number as possible to make it look nicer. The remaining placeholder is replaced by the expected amount of time remaining till the upload finishes, and the average speed and current speed are replaced by the speed of transfer at the last chunk of data, or since the beginning in case of the average speed. So this is just an example of a template. You can override it. You can use your own template. If you want to, for instance, use table as HTML to define this template, you can do it. Just replace this feedback format parameter with whatever is the template that you prefer to use. None of these template placeholders are required. I just use them all to demonstrate what they could do. And this ends the definition of a upload progress meter custom input. The rest of the script is more or less the same compared to other scripts. As usual, it is important to notice, since there will be some AJAX interaction, it is necessary to call the handle event function right here in the beginning, and no output should happen before this line, and if the processed argument returns true, the script should haze it, which means that is the case when it is handling the AJAX request that sends back the form upload progress feedback. The rest of the script it's basically the same as in many other scripts. Other than the plugins that come with the class distribution, there are several other plugins that have been developed by third-party developers. For instance, there is a Xenia plugin which basically provides an HTML editor. For those that do not know it, Xenia is a fork of the formerly known as HTML area project. Another plugin also from the same developer, Alessandro Bianchi from Italy, it's a calendar with a pop-up to browse the months and the years. So it's a sort of an alternative to the calendar date plugin that comes with a class, as it shows the calendars to select the date in eventually more user-friendly manner. Another plugin, this time developed by Matias Montes from Argentina, is one that integrates with FCK editor, also to provide an HTML editor to use in the forms generated by this class. Other than these, anybody can develop and share or even sell your own plugins for this class. It's really up to you, a developer that is interested, to extend the class in a manner that it will offer new features that are currently not available. So it is really up to each developer to read upon the available documentation and start writing your own plugins, eventually reading the code of existing plugins. The plugins written by third-party developers are not requiring to be made publicly available. Each plugin has their own licenses defined by their developers. The license of this class, the forms class, is BSD-like, so it does not require that the third-party plugin developers release the source code of the plugins that they develop. Also, third-party plugins may be distributed or even sold as proprietary projects, and they can be distributed either separately or even bundled with the main form class. So there is no licensing restriction that could prevent anybody from taking commercial advantage of the work they perform in terms of development of new plugins. Well, basically this is the current status of the forms class. Its development will continue, and there are certain things that I would like to develop in the next releases. One of the things that I would like to develop is the ability to define forms using separate XML files. This will simplify the definition of the form processing scripts, as users will be able to separate the form definition from the form processing scripts by the means of using files eventually in XML format or maybe in YAML format, which is probably simpler than using XML. Another feature that I'm looking forward is the ability to use plain HTML templates, which make it simpler for authoring forms using visual editors like Dreamweaver. Basically, visual templates only have HTML without any special marks, as we've seen in other forms of using templates. So they do not include any PHP code or any template language marks. Basically, this is meant to make it simpler for people that do not know any programming to be able to author form templates. Another feature that I'm also looking forward is to cache the definition and the output of the forms. This is meant to improve the performance of the class when dealing with forms with a large number of inputs, which may eventually lead to a larger consumption of memory and also great CPU usage. So a cache engine will allow accelerating the form processing as well as the generation of the HTML and JavaScript that is generated by the class to present the form. Another interesting feature, which is not exactly related with form processing, but would be to be able to implement some drag and drop event processing on the browser side by the means of a plugin that will generate the necessary JavaScript to make forms be used in a way that is more like the traditional desktop applications. Another interesting feature and frequently requested is the ability to generate basic generic scaffolding forms that allow to list and edit data dynamically to perform common actions like inserting, listing, changing and deleting data that eventually be stored in a database. Scaffolding support will allow a sort of data grid editing similar to spreadsheet programs. It will eventually use Ajax to accelerate the updating of the forms and saving any changes that the user performs in the data grid. Other than that, I'm always open to eventually implement any plugins that extend classes in a way that probably I am not anticipating right now, but may be very useful for most of the developers that use the class. So if you have any ideas, feel free to contact me. One important thing that I would like to mention is that over time by which this class was being developed, it has improved a lot upon the implementation of features that were suggested by the users. So suggesting new features along with reporting bugs and eventually fix any bugs that you may find are some of the ways that this class can benefit from the contribution of other people that are using the class for their projects. Other than that, one interesting idea, hopefully to help developers that want to use the class but they have some difficulty with the English idiom, it will be interesting if other people could help translating the existing documentation that currently is only available in English. So if you are interested, I'll be very open and cooperative to assist in any translation efforts. As I also mentioned, another form of contributing to this project is to develop and eventually share any plugins that you create. As I mentioned before, the class, it's very powerful, but it does not provide all the possible features that everybody could want. So there are plenty of opportunities to develop new plugins, and for developers that would be interested in benefiting from the demand that there is for special types of plugins. I'm sure there are some business opportunities for developers that would like to develop plugins that implement special features for customers with very specific needs. Finally, one very easy way that you can use to contribute to this project, it's to talk about it to others, recommend it, explain what it does, point to the other developers that do not know this project to the existing documentation, examples, and where to find the project for download. So this is one of the ways, one of the simplest ways that you can contribute to the project. So basically, this is the presentation that I wanted to give you regarding this forms class. If you have any questions that remain unanswered after you have seen this presentation, you are free to contact me on this email address. To end, I just would like to present some references. One, the most important, is where you can find the class and all the materials for download, which is basically this page of the PHP classes site. There is also in the PHP classes site associated to this page a support forum where you can submit any questions that you have. This is usually the most efficient way to contact me in order to obtain support, because whenever somebody submits request or support question, the site notifies me about the new thread that gets started in the support forum, and I will be immediately in touch, not only after the first message but also after the following responses. Alternatively, for those that prefer a more traditional way of contact and eventually discussing with other users of the class, there is a mailing list in the Yahoo Groups site with the name forums-dev that you can use to get also some support. Alternatively, if you are a Portuguese speaker, you may also obtain support in Portuguese in a list also in the Yahoo Groups with the name Forums PT. So basically that's all. You know where to find me when you need to put some questions or obtain further support for this class. Thank you for watching.